Good morning. Hope you're having a great weekend. It is Saturday, May 16th. Just a second here. I was doing a tug test right before I was taking off, and so I just walked in front of me, um, waiting for an opening with all the trucks going in and out using the fuel island instead of the entrance exit. There's people leaving through the fuel island, people coming in through the fuel island, people parking at the fuel island to go in and use the restroom or grab something to eat. Get out of here before it gets too busy. So it is Saturday morning, May 16th, 3:31 a.m. Central Daylight Time, local time here in Prescott, Arkansas. I'm pretty sure it's Prescott, Arkansas. I'm at a T8 Petro in Prescott, Arkansas, and they have got a really rough parking lot. Oh, man. They got some potholes in this thing. We've got people just parked in the middle of the roadway here. Gotta love all the creative parkers. When I got here yesterday at like 5 o'clock in the afternoon, parking lot was empty, and there was still a pack of like 8 trucks just parked in the middle of the roadway. You know, people use the excuse of creative parking that, they can't find a parking spot. There are no parking spots available. There's a lack of parking. There's not enough truck parking, all that stuff. No, I think these people just don't know how to back. Or they're just lazy.
Turn left onto US 371.
Because it's not even an issue of backing yesterday because the parking lot was so empty, like you could pull through spots. Prescott, population 3,101. So hopefully I'm going to be more talkative today. Yesterday, I've been working off of very little sleep, basically since I left the house. And yesterday I was really, really tired, which is really strange because when I finally shut down the truck, I wasn't tired. Like I expected I was going to fall right asleep as soon as I hit the bed, but I ended up laying there browsing around on my phone for like an hour and a half. So let me get on the interstate and we'll start talking about what's going on. All right, so to get you caught up, if you haven't been watching the videos, and I understand if you don't sit through a 10-hour long driving video. And yesterday's driving video was a lot of dead air because of how tired I was. So we're getting on to I-30, heading east, northeast. I'm making my way to Morrison, Tennessee, I think is the name of the town. It's southeast of Nashville. and I'm hauling a 30,000 pound load. It's about 15,000 pounds. Well, it's the standard cargo weight on these trailers. The contract is for 44,000 pounds of cargo. That's what TSD has told all of these carbon black, these plants. That's how much they've told them to put in their trailers. This trailer only has 30,000 pounds of carbon black in it. So it's 14,000 pounds lighter than a normal trailer. My weight, and I'm not sure how accurate the scale is at the carbon plant in Borger, Texas, but my weight was 77,560 with a 39,900 pound load, 100 pounds shy of what they're supposed to be putting in the trailer. So I should be about 14,000, well, close to 14,000, a little under 14,000. Because this is closer to like 31,000 pounds. So it's probably 13,000 pounds lighter. So I'm probably sitting at about 64,500 pounds, somewhere in that area. Total gross vehicular weight. So the contract on this load was supposed to be $2.40 a mile line haul and a fluctuating fuel surcharge that was currently 70 cents a mile. That's not what I've been getting paid, but so far I'm not complaining because I've been getting paid more than the contract rate. What I should be getting gross to the truck according to the contract rate is about $2.38 a mile. And I've been getting, on the first load, I think I was paid $2.68 a mile, like 30 cents a mile more than the contract rate. And on the this load, the second load, I'm getting $2.44 a mile, if I remember correctly. So as long as they keep paying me above the contract rate, I'm okay. But I am a little concerned that the pay is fluctuating on these loads. I was told that it was a contract rate. They didn't convey it as like that's what you should average or that would be your minimum or something like that. So it doesn't really seem like we have a locked-in contract rate because the prices are fluctuating on every load. And also, I was told that I would be running half my miles empty. And that is not the case right now. The way it's supposed to work is that you take an empty to like a carbon plant, fill it up, or you don't sit there and fill it up. You're supposed to do a drop and hook, get a pre-filled trailer, and then take it to a Goodyear tire plant, and then you leave that Goodyear tire plant empty. You drop and hook and take an empty, and you take it to another carbon plant, fill it up, and then you take that to a Goodyear plant. You're supposed to do that over and over. But so roughly half your miles are supposed to be empty. Well, that's not what happened with me on this load. I picked up an empty in Lawton, Oklahoma, and took it over to the carbon plant in Borger, did a drop and hook in Borger, Texas, just northeast of Amarillo. I took that loaded all the way to Texarkana, Arkansas, did a drop and hook, picked up an empty at the Goodyear plant in Texarkana, and then I drove that like 3 miles over to the TSD drop yard, which is the company I'm doing this contract with. And just a second here. Person passing me has one of their lights out of alignment. It's like shining up in the air. They're hunting for raccoons or something. That van right there. But, Jesus, man. These bright lights. I don't know if that person has their brights on or if they just have their lights pointed straight forward. But that truck, something's wrong with their headlights. It looks almost like high beams. A lot of people that don't understand how the headlights function, whenever, like, I really hate it when people adjust their own headlights because most people do not understand, like, how they function. And they'll get in there and they'll just move the headlights around until, like, they can have the most visibility. And if they do that, then they're pointing the headlights to shine straight ahead. And that's the difference between high and low beams, is high beams shine straight ahead, low beams shine at an angle down toward the ground. And so whenever you adjust your headlights to where your low beams are shining straight ahead, they look just like high beams to everybody else. I talk about this all the time when I'm driving at night because it's so annoying. Luckily, most people don't adjust their headlights. If everybody adjusted their own headlights, then it'd basically be like everybody driving around with high beams. Because there used to be a lumens difference between high and low beams, but with just a second here, there's something bouncing around. I think it's just one of my storage bins is bouncing against the dash. But yeah, there used to be a big lumens difference between high and low beams. That was basically the only difference between high and low beams, was the amount of lumens, the brightness. But with these modern headlights that are like stadium lights, they're just really, really bright. Now, modern LED headlights, low beams, are several times brighter than high beams used to be. So anyway, yeah, I drove like 3 miles across town to the TSD drop yard, and I thought I was doing a drop and hook at TSD. They were having me pick up a loaded trailer there. I was mad about that because half my miles are supposed to be empty, and I'm only getting 5.5 miles a gallon with these loaded trailers. So this is making a huge difference in my fuel cost. I was expecting that I was going to average about 7 miles per gallon on this dedicated route. Or it's not a dedicated route, but this dedicated account, because half my miles would be empty. Well, if half my miles are not going to be empty and I'm getting 5.5 miles per gallon on loaded miles, then like that's going to severely impact how much money I make. You know, you're talking about my cost is like $1 a mile in fuel. If you change my mile per gallon and you drop it from 7 mile per gallon average down to 6 mile per gallon average, that's going to make a dramatic difference in the amount of money I make. Like half my money almost is going to fuel. So if you change that by like 10 or 15 or 20%, you know, half my money, that's a dramatic change in how much I take home after fuel. So I'm a little pissed off about this, that I'm doing loaded after loaded when half my miles are supposed to be empty. But I got over to the TSD drop yard, and it was not a drop and hook. They had me disconnect from the trailer, and they took it into the building and loaded it, and I had to sit there for like an hour and a half while they loaded the trailer. So far on this load, nothing has gone the way that the agent told me. The agent told me that I would never have to wait on anything. It's just drop and hook everywhere. And it would be extremely rare for me to have to get live load, live unload, or for me to have to wait on an empty trailer. It would, this second here, oh my goodness, these dumbasses are parked on the shoulder of the rest area. That is so dangerous. If I didn't have a car passing me on the left, I would have moved over. But they didn't have lights on, they didn't have triangles out or anything. They're just parked on the damn shoulder, right at the entrance to the rest area. That is so dangerous. So yeah, the agent told me everything's going to be drop and hook. Occasionally, very rarely, you're going to have to wait on an empty because there's not one ready. You're going to have to wait on one to get unloaded. And very rarely, you might have to get live load or live unload. So everything, my very first stop, I had to wait 3 hours on an empty trailer. In Borger, they gave me the wrong paperwork. The trailer was actually ready. They just gave me the paperwork for the wrong trailer. It ended up taking me like an hour and a half at Borger just to get my trailer because of the long check-in process. And then they gave me the wrong paperwork, so I had to do the check-in process twice to get the correct paperwork. And I spent like 30, 45 minutes looking for the trailer of the wrong paperwork they gave me. So Borger went according to like expectations, except, they gave me the wrong paperwork. But then at Goodyear, I got there and the receiving department was at lunch. I had to sit around for like an hour before the receiving people showed up to sign for my delivery. And then I drove 3 miles. Oh, also at Goodyear, the TSD people gave me the wrong empty. And the trailer they told me to pick up that was empty was actually a loaded trailer. And apparently somebody at Goodyear was watching the lot on cameras or something. And as soon as I backed into the trailer, they called TSD and said, hey, one of your drivers is taking off with a loaded trailer. And so the TSD person called me and was like, hey, that 1355 trailer or whatever trailer number it was that you told me you're picking up, did you check and make sure that's empty? Because somebody just called and told me that one of our drivers is picking up a loaded trailer. And I said, it felt like it was loaded when I backed into it. But it doesn't have a landing gear, so I was going to go grab the other trailer. And she said, okay, yeah, that trailer's probably loaded. Go grab the other trailer. And she said the landing gears, if I run into a trailer without a landing gear, then it has an air landing gear system. So you hook up the air lines to it, fill it up with air. And she said underneath the landing gear area, there's a box with a button in it that I can press to raise and lower the landing gear. Never seen anything like that. Still don't know how it works. Still don't know where the button's at. So next time I encounter that situation, I'll go try to find that button. That doesn't sound very safe. If there's a button behind the landing gear that you have to like squat down and crawl underneath the trailer to press it, and then you're raising and lowering a landing gear right there next to you. It'd be pretty easy to lower that landing gear onto your foot if you're not careful. And I don't really want to be squatted underneath the trailer while I'm raising and lowering landing gears. But I don't know, we'll figure it out. So yeah, I picked up that. I sat there for an hour and a half while they loaded. Oh, anyway, well, so uh, yeah, disconnected from that loaded trailer and went over, and I had to circle the drop yard for 15, 20 minutes to find the other trailer because they put it in the wrong spot. So I picked up that trailer, took it 3 miles across town, basically all city driving for 3 miles, which 3 miles driving in town is a lot. It's a lot of driving. And I get into like this residential neighborhood, and TSD's drop yard is like this little industrial park in the middle of a residential. So you're just like driving through residential streets, and then there's a sign that says commercial park or something like that. And it looks like the driveway to somebody's house. And it just goes into a field, and then there's a whole bunch of warehouses with, it's not like a nice industrial park that's nicely laid out. It's like somebody just built random buildings in a field and put like some cheap paved road in there. In between the buildings. It looks like it was just probably random buildings with dirt roads, and at some point they paved it like 40 years ago because it was really old pavement. And it was all single lane roads. It was really sketchy to be driving in that neighborhood. I thought that I had the wrong address, and I checked it like 3 or 4 times. And everything told me that that was the correct location. I was like, my goodness, they're in a damn residential neighborhood. I thought I was going to show up and it'd be somebody's house with like a dirt lot in their backyard. But yeah, then I got live loaded. So yeah, I've been getting live loaded, and I've been running loaded pretty much the whole, like, nothing's really matching up what the agent told me. So I'm a little pissed off on the account. It's nice that they're paying me more than what they told me they were going to pay me. That part of it's nice. That part about not being correct is nice. But the empty miles is eating up all of that. All that extra money is just going into fuel because I'm running loaded all the time instead of 50% empty. So yeah, all that extra money that I made is just going right back into the fuel tank and then some. So I'm making less money than I anticipated making because I'm just running loaded. And these are heavy loads. But, I'm going to give it some time and see how things average out, because it might be abnormal for me to do loaded runs back to back, because this company is based in Texarkana, Arkansas. So that might have just been something that's really rare that happens, that you do loaded back to back. And it's probably just because that's where their terminal is at. So we'll let it go a few runs and see how things go. When I picked this load up, I asked the agent, because this load is scheduled to deliver on Monday. And I was like, this is only 552 miles according to the freight bill. That's like a one drive shift. Do I have to wait until Monday to deliver it? And can I get another load over the weekend? And the agent said that he was pretty sure that the place I was delivering was 24/7, so I can deliver it as soon as I can get there. And he said that he'll get me my next load set up so that once I deliver this, I can deadhead to my next load. And I didn't get any of that information. He said he'd get that information and send it to me, and I did not get that information. So I'm hoping that information shows up by the time I get there today. I'm hoping that while I'm driving there today, he gets me that information, but I'm not hopeful because it's the weekend. And these brokers work banker's hours generally. So I might have to sit through the weekend in Morrisonville, Tennessee, after I deliver the load today. It's starting to rain. Just getting intermittent sprinkles. But the agent and the TSD rep have both told me that they really like me and I'm the best driver they've ever had. I don't know how they can make that claim after I've done one run. Maybe they tell that to every driver. Who knows? So they're happy with me. I'm not too happy with them. Let's talk about the drive today. This Interstate 30, I'm taking Interstate 30 from Texarkana, Arkansas to Little Rock, Arkansas, and then in Little Rock, I'm getting on Interstate 40 and taking that basically all the way to Nashville. The Interstate 30 from Texarkana to Little Rock, and then Interstate 40 from Little Rock to West Memphis, Arkansas, is one of the busiest sections of road in the country. It's some of the busiest interstate because almost everything from Texas to California from Southern California all the way across to Texas and even like Oklahoma. Loads heading from roughly around the Chicago area all the way over to like the Nashville area, and everything in between heading in that direction. Everything heading in between those two cities. Most of those cars and trucks and everything heading there travels along this section of road. And then in West Memphis, Arkansas, the traffic starts diverging. But everybody's heading in a lot of different directions, converges onto this section of road. So you'll have I-10, I-20, I-30, I-40 traffic all converging on I-30 and I-40 through these sections of road, this little across Arkansas here. So this section of road gets really, really busy. I'm hoping I can make it through this area before traffic picks up this morning. I should be making it to West Memphis, Arkansas, probably around 8 a.m. or so. I was worried about Memphis traffic, but then I just realized it was the weekend. So morning rush hour shouldn't be too bad. I was hoping that they were going to be, they would keep me over in the central part of the country. What I was concerned with on this dedicated account is that they would run me over here in the east, and that's exactly what they did. Like, they just got me straight over here into the east. I can't stand running over in the eastern part of the eastern half of the country. I have a bad feeling that they're going to send me to Virginia after this load. I asked the agent whenever I booked the load if they go to California, and he said no. And I said, do you go very far north? And he told me no, they don't go much further north than Virginia. But he's been wrong on pretty much everything so far. And that's what I talked about whenever I started the run, is that I've never had an agent. Well, I won't say never. That's a little excessive. There have been agents that have been honest and correct on info, but it's almost every dedicated run I've looked into, the information I was provided was not correct. A lot of times it's the agent just lying, but it's also the agent just not knowing. The agents and dispatchers, all the people we work with, a lot of them don't really know the details of the loads. They don't know, how things work. Because the only way they know a lot of the information is for the drivers to tell them or the customers to tell them. And a lot of times just a second. A lot of times the people that the agent's interacting with at the customer side also doesn't know what in the hell's going on. You're just dealing with an office worker. So it's just office workers talking with office workers. They have no idea what the details of the load are. All they know are like the numbers for the money. That's about it. They don't know, what the loading and unloading is like or what the locations are like or any of that stuff. So, yeah, what the agent tells you on a dedicated run usually doesn't match up with what a dedicated run is really like. That's the reason I said before I started the dedicated, we'll see what it's like whenever we get in here and actually start doing it. Because the information that you're provided usually doesn't match up with reality. But I'm hoping I'm able to get another run for the weekend. The agent has made several comments about, wanting me to be running hard and trying to get me to run hard. So I think the agent's going to do what he can to find me a load so I'm not sitting through the weekend. Because he's been like telling me, asking me to transflow the documents as quickly as I can so that he can get paid fast. And they've actually been harassing me on it. Like as soon as I'm delivering loads, his assistant or somebody in charge of billing at the agency or something, Natalie, I don't remember her name, but there's somebody that the only interaction I've had with her, nobody even told me this girl existed. She just sends me messages asking for, she sent me like 3 or 4 messages asking for status updates and for like pictures of proof of delivery. Jesus, man, this asshole that just passed me has got like their brights on, they've got their fog lights on, and they've got like a light bar on the front of their damn truck. I don't understand people that do all that crap. Are their brains not fully formed or something? People installing all those lights on the front of their truck. Does it not cross their mind what that looks like to everybody else? Like, do they not understand there's a reason why we don't all run around with our brights on? You go and install these light bars that are intended to be like on the back of your truck to help you tarp flatbeds or for off-roading or something like that. They're not intended to be installed on the front of your damn truck. "54 miles until we hit the 470 in Little Rock." Or no, the 440. So yeah, we'll keep doing the load and see how it works out. But the agent, he's like he hasn't like pushed me on running hard or anything like that. He's just made some comments that made it seem like he really needs me to do a lot of miles. Like he's told me, hey, send over, the transflow the documents or whatever it is you guys do with them, as soon as you can, and I will immediately submit them, and that gets you paid faster and it gets me paid faster. So he's made little comments like that. And then, like, as soon as I deliver the load, within a few minutes, I'm getting an email and a text message from Natalie wanting me to take a picture of the proof of delivery so that they can submit payment. So I think that this Tony guy doesn't have a whole lot of freight that he's moving. So this contract means a lot to him. I think it's a big part of his revenue. So he's probably going to work pretty hard to get me running this weekend. So that's got us pretty well caught up with what's going on. Today is just going to be how long have I been driving? I've been driving for about 40 minutes, 40 to 50 minutes. So it's like 520 miles today of driving. So it's not a very long drive today, and the numbers so far, and this is just off the top of my head, I don't remember the exact numbers. I think the very first load was 728 paid miles, and what I made gross to the truck was $1,919. And on this load, it's 552 loaded miles, I think. And I think it's 1378 gross to the truck is what I'm making. Somewhere in that area. It might be 1328. I'm pretty sure it was 13 something. I remember it came out to 3,200. $3,200 something gross to the truck with these two loads. Considering that that's only like 728 and 552, that's roughly 1,300 miles. 1,300 paid miles and $3,200 gross to the truck. That's pretty good. But I'm paying about $1 a mile in fuel. It might actually be higher than that because my fuel mileage is so low. I'm paying really close to $1 a mile in fuel. Maybe a little less, maybe a little more. So around 1,300 miles, $3,200. 1,300 of that is going into fuel. So that leaves me with $1,900 after fuel cost. For the first two loads. And I haven't completed load 2 yet. I should be able to complete that today. That's the load I'm on right now. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday. $3,200 gross to the truck. $1,900 after fuel cost. So I'm making about $1,000 a day gross. I'm making like $625 a day, $630 a day after fuel cost. That's not mathing out. a second here. We're going through a sharp turn. I've got truck alongside me. Oh, that's a good bump. So yeah, what's my average miles per day? Because I should be burning about $1 a gallon or $1 a mile in fuel. So 1,300 miles over 3 days. Am I averaging? Get in your lane. All right, traffic is starting to pick up already. I was hoping it wouldn't pick up for a while, but now I'm just getting passed by truck after truck. There's a lot of traffic behind me that's catching up with me, about to be passing me. Hopefully it's just a little pack of vehicles. Hopefully it's not already getting bumper to bumper. This is going to be a long day if traffic's going to pick up this early at 4:20 in the morning. 4:22 right now. Looking back behind me, it's just nothing but headlights in both lanes. This should really be like a minimum of a 3-lane road. It should probably be like a 4-lane road all the way from Texarkana to Memphis. Man, they need to shit or get off the pot with this rain. Either rain or don't rain. Don't just like put a couple of drops on the window that I just smear the bugs around with. All right, so miles per day, 1,300 over 3 days. That's a little over 400 miles a day. So I'm guessing that extra couple $100 is making up for it. Yeah, it's somewhere in the ballpark of correct. I haven't been doing a ton of miles, so if I would have been running hard, then I would be doing 600 miles per day. I should be at 1,800 miles. At the end of today. So for Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, I should be up around 1,800 miles. But At the end of this delivery, I will only be at around 1,300 miles. Why am I 500 miles short? Well, I had 90 miles I drove from the house. So that still leaves me 400 miles short. Why am I the 400 miles short? I would have to blame that on spending like 10 hours in the shop. I can't remember. I think it was closer to 8 hours in the shop. And also all of the downtime. Why is everybody... and then I've had just a tremendous amount of wasted time at all of my drop and hooks. Like 3 hours at the drop and hook in Lawton. I was there for like 2 hours at the drop and hook in Borger. And then Texarkana took like 4 hours or 4 or 5 hours. When did I left at like 4 p.m. I got to Goodyear at noon, just right at exactly noon. And I ended up leaving the TSD location right at around 4 p.m. So it was like 4 hours that I spent in Texarkana dropping and hooking and getting reloaded and all the rest of the hoops I had to jump through. So that's 4, 7, and then 8 at the shop. Second here. Oh, there's a car without any lights or anything on it. I don't think these sons of bitches can like read signs, because these trucks are flying by me going like 75 miles an hour. I don't think that they can read that the truck speed limit in Arkansas is 70. And this asshole came into my lane while he was passing me, or she, or whatever it is. These trucks are driving the 75. It's 75 car speed limit, 70 truck speed limit in Arkansas. I have my cruise set at 65, and these people are flying by me doing 75. So yeah, let's go back to calculating hours. So 4, and then we'll say 8 hours in the shop, that's 12. And then 2 in Borger, that's 14. And then 3 in Lawton, that's 17 hours. 17 hours, and it should have been 3 hours. 1 hour for each drop and hook. So Lawton, Borger, Texarkana. So out of 17 hours of wasted time, I should have only had 3 hours. So I have 14 hours of wasted time on this load because of sitting in the shop and excessive wait times on drop and hook. So that's the reason I haven't been averaging 600 miles a day, is excessive wasted time. And that right there is, we'll have to wait and see if that's normal, because the Hobby Lobby account, that dedicated Hobby Lobby that I tried to run, that was the biggest reason that I stopped doing that account, was because of all the wasted time. You just couldn't run very many miles per week because of all of the wasted time. There were lots of reasons that I stopped running that. But the wasted time, making it to where you couldn't run very many miles a week, that was probably one of the biggest reasons. Because it didn't pay very much per mile. The only way that you could make a decent amount of money on that account was just running tons of miles. And you're not paid for doing anything except driving miles. So whenever you're spending like 2 hours to do, every one of your drop and hooks, and you're only doing like 200 miles in between drop and hooks, you're spending a lot of hours per day, spending like 4 hours a day doing drop and hooks, 4 or more hours per day. So that makes it to where you can only drive 10 or less hours per day because of your 14-hour clock. Yeah, it was getting to the point on that Hobby Lobby where I was only able to drive like 8 or 9 hours in a day. Felt a little bump. I'm not sure if it was just a bump in the road or it was a tire popping. I do not see any tread flying around. And people aren't like jumping out from behind me like I'm throwing tread all over the place. So I think it was probably just a pothole. Sometimes a tire will explode and it'll be a very obvious explosion, like it'll jerk the truck around. Like it feels like the truck is coming off the ground. These tires can explode so hard. But other times I've had tires blow out where it's just like a pop. It's not as massive of an explosion. Speaking of tires, that reminds me of Love's. I spent all that shop time in Love's. I don't think I'm going to go to Love's anymore. I'm done with Love's. They have too many stupid rules. They won't change tires on your vehicle while you're connected to a trailer. They make you disconnect from your trailer to change tires. And they have a bunch of other stupid rules I can't remember. But the newest stupid rule, which this is something that this is the first time I've ever experienced this, so it must be a new rule. Either that or the mechanic was just making shit up. Got somebody on the shoulder. The top of the hill. But the mechanic told me that they can't fill tires. They can't put more than 100 pounds of air in a tire. He said that their auto air system was set up to where they can't put more than 100 pounds of air in a tire. So he told me on the new tire that they installed that if I want to put more than 100 pounds in it, I have to do it myself. Because their machine won't let them go over 100 psi. And he said that even doing it myself, I might not be able to get it over 100 pounds because their compressor is set just a little over 100 pounds. So I might not be able to put over 100 pounds of air because of their compressor. So yeah, I think I'm tired of. I've hit my limit with bullshit with Loves and their stupid rules. So I think I'm going to try to avoid Loves mechanics going forward. All right, I don't know if this lane continues, but we're going to get over in this new right lane. We're getting pretty close to Little Rock, so we might be 3 lanes now. I got running probably about 15 to 20 minutes late today because when the alarm went off, I was sleeping so good. Like it pulled me out of a really deep sleep. And I just turned the alarm off and I was like, you know what? I checked my email and my text messages and I still hadn't received any information about my next load. And I'm like, you know what? I've got all weekend to drive 9 hours. I'm sleeping so good. It feels so good in here. Like, it was a perfect temperature. Oh, everything was awesome. I was like, I'm just going back to sleep. I'm not going to set an alarm. You'll get there when it gets there. So, turn the alarm off, try to go back to sleep, and I just laid there thinking about trip plans. I laid there for like 30 minutes and could not go back to sleep. I was wide awake. I was like, well, if I'm awake, I might as well drive. So I hopped up at 3 a.m., which is when my 10-hour break was up, was right at 3 a.m. And it took me like 15, 20 minutes to move the truck over to get the truck ready to roll. And then I moved over to the fuel island, topped off fuel, and then started driving from the fuel island. So I should have been driving probably about 20 minutes earlier than when I started, if I would have gotten rolling as soon as my 10-hour break was up. I was just sitting there thinking about what causes a tire to fail to get the whole tire to explode. Because you'd think when a tire fails, it's a weak spot in the tire or a puncture or something. But what in the hell fails on a tire that gets it to just explode, basically blow the entire tire, like all the tread off the tire? Or is it just the centrifugal force when the tire pops in one spot and it's spinning so fast that it just causes everything to rip off? I bet there's a YouTube video that shows it, that explains it. I'm already out of tropical punch. I did not refill my tropical punch this morning because I thought that I filled it up last night and I didn't. So the thing was almost empty and I just finished it off. But I'm going to have to stop and take a 30 somewhere. I'll just fill it up wherever I take my 30. 17 miles until I get on the 440. Damn, this truck is having a hell of a time staying in their lane. Let's check and see what our miles per gallon are. 5.5 miles per gallon has been my average. But that's not extremely accurate. These the mile per gallon estimates, I don't know, maybe on a brand new truck they're more accurate, but you really need to track your miles and the gallons that you're putting in to be able to find out what your actual fuel mileage is. And me idling for air conditioning is not helping any. This truck burns somewhere around 0.7 gallons per hour idling. So I'm burning like 7 gallons on a 10-hour break. Sounds like a lot, but it's only about 42 miles at a 6 mile per gallon average. 42 miles of fuel setting for 10 hours. At $5 per gallon, it's costing me about $35 to take a 10-hour break. It's like the cost of a hotel room every night. And the truck is probably going to be running pretty continuously, pretty much 24/7 on this dedicated account, because they're going to be running me down here in the south throughout the summer. And it's going to be brutally hot all day, every day, all day, all night. It's going to be hot. That's the reason I've been trying to run up in the north ever since my APU air conditioner went out, was because at least up in the north at night it'll get down to like 60 degrees. So I can just open up the windows and turn the fan on and avoid idling overnight. But down here in the south in the summer, oh my goodness. .4 miles until 440. I'm curious what the distance is to Memphis once I get onto I-40. I would like to know what my ETA is to Memphis. Oh, buddy. This damn RV is all over the road. Holy crap, man. I'm not sure how well you can see in the camera, but that RV is just all over the road. went almost all the way over into the right lane, and then it went almost all the way over into the left lane, and it keeps coming back to the middle lane. It keeps drifting back and forth. I don't know if they're drunk, high, fatigued, distracted. I asked the Love's mechanic if I needed to do anything to break in that new AC compressor. You know, avoid running it on high, or should I run it a lot, or should I not run it very much, or anything that I need to know about a new AC compressor. And he's like, nope, just use it like normal. He said it's a small engine, but it doesn't need any kind of break-in. Old Dominion's driving like a couple feet over in the left lane. I'm doing a good job maintaining my lane. I don't know why they would do that. Maybe they were just being overly cautious. That got me thinking about something I heard when I first started with Landstar. I started with Landstar around May or June of 2021. And there were a few drivers that told me that Landstar had recently lost a really big line haul or LTL account. Second here, there's trying to judge the speed of this truck coming up the on-ramp, and it's accelerating quickly. It must be empty. Going uphill, accelerating that fast.
2 miles. Use the right 2 lanes to take exit 188.
Gotta be empty.
East toward LR National Airport, LR Riverport.
Yeah, they told me that Landstar had recently lost a really big LTL or line haul account that had a bunch of dedicated runs, and there were a bunch of drivers pissed off about losing that account. And what I was told was that the agent, the Landstar agent, was lying about how much. Right here's the 440. about to get on to the 440.
Half a mile. Use the right 2 lanes to take exit 13885 440 East for LR National Airport, LR Riverport. Use the right 2 lanes to take exit 138A.
Man, there's some rough ass road. Oh, my goodness. Got 10 miles until Interstate 40. This is some rough road. Oh my God, man, it's just... And then going across this bridge is like jumping on a trampoline. But yeah, supposedly what I heard was that the Landstar agent was lying to Landstar about how much. Man, I can't even talk. I'm bouncing up and down so much. This is some rough damn road. We're driving on like a long ass bridge, and in between every little section of bridge, it's just like a big speed bump or something. All right, looks like we're finally off the bridge. Can't even talk bouncing that like that. It just like knocks the air out of my lungs every time the truck slams down. Oh, great. CRST decided to speed up once I got alongside them. I'm going to speed up and get around them. The guy's sitting there watching a YouTube video. You can see it on his phone. He was sitting there pressing buttons on his phone, and there's some YouTube video playing on it. That's really, really stupid, CRST. If I can see it when I'm driving by you, then cops can see it. If a cop drives past him and sees a damn video playing, that's going to be a career-ending ticket. With Landstar, it's a 3-year ban if you get a ticket for using a cell phone while driving. And watching a video counts as using a cell phone while driving. So yeah, supposedly the Landstar agent was lying to Landstar about how much the company was paying on the contract. I don't know how that works because I'm not sure. I thought Landstar did the billing on the contracts. So I don't know how in the hell they were doing that. I'm not familiar enough with the agent side on how they do the billing. But somehow the agent was getting paid. Like, let's say that, you know, the load was paying $10,000. Well, the agent was only reporting to Landstar that the load was paying, you know, something less, like $8,000. And the agent was keeping that $2,000 or whatever it was over what was being reported to Landstar. And then they were getting their cut out of whatever they were reporting to Landstar. So the agent was making a lot more money on loads than normal because I've been told the agent cut is 7%. So if you could just imagine on a $10,000 load, the agent cut, if it's 7%, is $700. And what if they're shaving, you know, $2,000 off the top, and they're only reporting $8,000 of it to Landstar? Well, they're getting $560 on their 7% cut of $8,000, but then they're getting all of that $2,000 that they're not reporting. So they're getting like $2,560 instead of $700 on a load. That's a massive difference when you're moving like dozens or hundreds of loads per day. I don't know if any of that is true. That's just what I was told when I started with Landstar. Is several people were talking about this awesome LTL account that Landstar just lost.
In 2 miles, use the right lane to take exit 11, right east toward Memphis.
Hopefully we get some, you know, good accounts back at Landstar. It seems like most of the Landstar agents are just scummy. I was told that Landstar requires that you have at least one direct customer in order to become a Landstar agent. That's one of the requirements to become a Landstar agent, is you have to already have a customer. I don't know how in the hell that happens if you, like, are not a broker. Why would you want to lease on with Landstar if you already have your own brokerage? It's like saying that in order to get on with Landstar, first you have to go out and get your own authority. And then you can lease on to Landstar. That's basically the requirement for agents, is that
Use the right lane to take exit 11, right east toward Memphis.
you have to, I guess you could maybe work for another brokerage and have a customer, but that customer doesn't really belong to you. It belongs to the brokerage. So you would be stealing a customer from the brokerage.
Use the right lane to take exit 11.
Like, is that somebody you really want coming over to you? Is somebody that's stealing business from another brokerage? I don't know. I don't understand how it all works.
right onto the I-40 East ramp.
But it would be nice if Landstar
East for 121 miles.
brought on some agents with some nice contracts. Seems like a lot of the agents Landstar has, they have almost no contracts whatsoever, and all they do is repost spot market loads on Landstar's load board. And then the contract freight that does exist on Landstar's load board, a lot of it is just negotiated to really cheap rates. It seems like they're just underbidding people on, just desperate to get any kind of contract that they can, that they're just underbidding. Now we're on I-40. And it's telling me it's 120 miles until I need to make a turn on I-40 to go toward Memphis and Nashville. And there's the Maverick headquarters. I haven't heard much about Maverick lately. Back during the freight boom, a lot of people were talking about Maverick because they raised their starting rates faster than other companies. So when the freight boom started up, it might have even been before the freight boom, they were starting drivers at like 55 cents a mile with little or no experience. What all trucking companies are based out of Arkansas? We have Maverick, USA Truck. I guess technically Walmart, they have their own trucking company. I cannot think of any others. I'm sure there's lots of them. So if it's 2 hours to Memphis, then I should be getting into Memphis at about 7:15 a.m., which would be a bad time on a weekday, but on a weekend it might not be too bad. This is what 70 miles per hour looks like. That Dollar General is going 70. They're just smoothly passing me. They're not flying by me. It's just a steady, gradual pass. That's a 5 mile per hour speed difference. Truck parking area in 1 mile. Starting to get tired. I think it's just because it's so comfortable in here. Truck parking area, and people are parked out here on the shoulder. And people are parked everywhere. Yeah, this is a section of road where you don't want to be looking for a parking spot. It's really, really busy. Like I talked about earlier, I-30 and I-40 between Texarkana and Memphis. Just an extremely busy stretch of road. It's a whole bunch of interstate traffic all getting on the same stretch of road. The hell is going on back here behind me? Truck passed another truck, or it got out and tried to pass me or something, and now it just got back over in behind me. Jackass has his high beams on. Either that or he's got his lights just pointed straight forward. I don't know which. And now the truck that was trying to pass me a minute ago is back out in the left lane trying to pass me again. Looks like a box truck. And it is. Is it going faster than me? It's hard to tell. Swerving all over the road. Looks like it's pulling doubles. One of these aggressive line haul drivers, most likely. And these line haul drivers, if they're going like 1/100th of a mile per hour faster than you, they'll set out there and take 4 hours to pass. All right, it's made it alongside me. It's passing me faster now. At first, it was like going almost the same speed as me. I'm going to slow down because it's backing up traffic. This dumbass. Estes. He's got his interior light on. Swerving all over the place. Blocking traffic, driving way too damn aggressive. I slowed down to 62 to let this moron around me. All right, turning the cruise back on. Still swerving all over the place. I don't know what he's doing. I didn't get a look at him when he went past. I couldn't tell what he was doing in the cab. All I could tell was that he had his interior light on. So he's distracted and swerving all over the place. which is really bad when you're hauling multiple trailers, because with every trailer, that dolly, the in between the trailers, it exaggerates your movement. So the more trailers you're hauling, the more your movement becomes exaggerated. If you're hauling 3 or more trailers, you have to be very smooth. The slightest little like jerky motion in the tractor it'll be magnified with every trailer. So it's much more dangerous to like drift off the road and then jerk it back into the road when you're hauling multiple trailers rather than a single trailer. Oh, they just went off onto the shoulder. Oh, we got the four-wheeler going for the pass on the right. Are they going to make it? That is stupid and dangerous. Almost caused a 3-vehicle accident right there. Estes is way off onto the shoulder. Sorry I'm not talking. I'm just really, whenever I encounter a bad driver, I kind of focus on them because they're really dangerous. So while I can see this Estes driver, while they're close to me, I'm just kind of focused in on them. Once I get to the other side of, once I get past Memphis, I'll probably try to find a rest area. Or maybe a way station. Pull over and take a 30, refill my tropical punch. Stay in your lane, dumbass. Is that Estes right there? Yep. So Estes exited right there. It looks like there's quite a bit of cloud cover, so the morning sun won't be too bad. Oh, it is so comfortable in here, so relaxing. I'm getting tired. Like, I just slept for probably a solid 6-7 hours. But I could easily take a nap right now. So all the Iran war and the oil and the financial markets, all that stuff, seems to be in a little bit of a lull right now. There's not very much information coming out, and that has just caused everybody to just kind of be sitting and waiting. There's a tremendous amount of information control in place over the Iran war. You can go to prison in the Middle East for reporting on the Iran war. Israel, the United Arab Emirates, and like pretty much every country, Iran, just about every country in the Middle East. If you show live footage of bombs hitting or report stuff, then they'll classify you as a spy and like put you in prison. And the state-run media in the United States doesn't do much reporting or journalism anymore. They just regurgitate whatever the government tells them. So The information we're getting out of the Middle East is extremely controlled by the government. And right now, it just seems like the government wants everybody to forget that the war is going on. They want everybody to forget the global supply chain disruption is happening. And there's speculation that Trump might just try to do something to claim victory and then just walk away from the war. No peace deal, no agreement, just claim victory and walk away. I don't think that's going to solve much of anything. The big thing is the Strait of Hormuz, and I think walking away and leaving Iran in control of the Strait of Hormuz is not going to fix the Strait of Hormuz problem, because Iran is going to restrict movement through the Strait of Hormuz, and they're going to charge tolls. So we might see an increase in traffic. I was told that normal traffic through the Strait of Hormuz is 138 ships a day. And when the Strait of Hormuz was supposedly open, according to Iran, but they were controlling which ships went through, there were maybe 5 to 10 ships going through per day. But a lot of that, just a second here, one more four-wheeler passing me. I'm having to hit my brakes. Come on, jackass. The four-wheelers drive like maniacs to block me from moving over, but once they get alongside you and you can't cut them off anymore, you can't get in front of them, then they're like, okay, I can relax now. So a lot of that restriction had to do with insurance. So if insurance starts, ships start getting insured through the Strait of Hormuz again, who knows what the traffic flow will be like through the Strait of Hormuz, but it's unlikely to be back at 138. Maybe it'll be half. Maybe it'll be like, 70 ships a day. And if Iran doesn't like you, then maybe they won't let your ship through there. And insurance companies may be on and off again on, allowing insurance, providing insurance through the Strait of Hormuz, because there's going to be a tremendous amount of uncertainty with Iran running it, because Iran's leadership is so fractured, and that's how they have it set up. Like, you never know what Iran's going to do, because local leadership has tremendous ability to do whatever the hell they want. So yeah, I think if they try this strategy of just walking away and pretending like we won, I don't think that's going to solve the problem. I think the Strait of Hormuz is still going to be severely disrupted. I mean, some traffic will start flowing through, but we might go from a 20% disruption to a 10% disruption, which is still catastrophic to the global supply chain. Another Estes. It looks like the picture quality is terrible on this. I'll have to look at it later, but just maybe it's focused on a bug on the windshield. I have it set to manual focus at max range. It could be the motion stabilizer failing on the phone. That's the reason I have to keep purchasing phones, is because the motion stabilizers in these phones aren't designed for heavy use. So doing driving footage for, a couple hundred hours, usually motion stabilizers fail. Yeah, we appear to be in not a lull in the war in Iran, but a lull in information on the war in Iran, at least from the state-run media. I've seen stuff reported by social media journalists of things happening, ship seizures, ships being attacked, stuff like that. Great. I've got a line of vehicles alongside my left and a truck coming out of the parking area. Don't pull in front of me, truck. Okay, the truck is not pulling out of the parking area. It's parking on the shoulder. Yeah, traffic is getting thicker and thicker and thicker as more and more people are getting up, getting out of bed, and getting on the road. (5:48) 5:48 a.m. Still really early in the morning on a Saturday. All right, that's kind of the end of that traffic cluster. There's a couple more trucks behind me that'll be passing me shortly. Is this another Estes? Yep. This one's all super truckered. I remember when I drove line haul, I don't know how the other companies' trucks are set up, but I drove for Conway Western Express, which is now XPO Logistics. And they had the cheapest, crappiest trucks you could possibly buy. And they had like nothing in them. So what the drivers would do is they would bring their own radios because the truck didn't have a radio or a CB or anything. So people would bring their own radios and CBs. Some people would just bring like a portable radio and an inverter. Or a radio that would run off 12 volt. But there were some drivers that would have these elaborate things that they would make where they would basically make this box that would have the CB and a radio built into it, like a little wooden box. And they would I think some of them had their own inverters. They would have the inverter, the radio, the CB, everything in a box, and they would just hook up the wires. And you also had to bring your own antenna. Usually, the senior drivers would get the same truck pretty much every day, so they would just leave their antenna on the truck. But generally, you would show up and you would bring your own antenna, your own CB, and if you wanted a radio, your own radio, and you'd have to hook it all up every day and then unhook it and take it home with you every day. But yeah, some of the drivers had really big boxes they would strap into the passenger seat. Me, all I brought was a CB and an antenna. And I would just lay the CB in the passenger seat. And I kept the antenna in my personal vehicle. Most of the trucks had antennas on them from, people just putting their personal antennas on them and not taking them off. So most of the time the trucks had antennas on them, so I didn't have to use my antenna, but I had my antenna in the car just in case I got a truck that didn't have an antenna on it. $70 from Memphis. We might be getting enough rain to get the windshield clean. Yeah, from my perspective, the image looks really, really blurry. Like it's focusing on the windshield instead of the road. Maybe this rain will get whatever it is it's focusing on the windshield off. Or maybe it's not as blurry as I think it is. I can't see it very well. Six a.m. Oh, I'm tired. If I don't hear from the agent by the time I stop to take my 30, that 30 might turn into a nap. Either way, I'm not in an incredible rush because the load that I'm picking up after this one, I don't think I can pick it up until Monday. But I have a bad feeling that they're not going to be able to book a load for me until Monday. Because if they were able to book a load for me on my next load, then it should have been done yesterday before everybody left for the weekend. Yeah, nap sounds really good. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm going to take a nap instead of a 30. And I can do a sleeper split if they get me another load for the weekend. And if they don't give me another load for the weekend, then I don't have to worry about it. I hope there's a place to park the truck pretty close to the delivery location, because I don't want to just take off in a random direction that I have no idea where my next load's going to be. Ugh. Bumpity bump bump. It's probably going to take me a couple of 10-hour breaks before I get caught up on sleep. Because I had, I don't know, like 3 days of almost no sleep. So Tuesday night, I got like a nap. And then I woke up at like I had an alarm set for like midnight. I was trying to flip my sleep schedule to a night schedule, and I also needed to go over to the truck and do some maintenance on the truck, check on the truck, and get the truck loaded up, get it ready to go back out over the road. So Tuesday night was a nap, and then when I got home Wednesday morning, I took another short little nap, just like a couple of hours. So a couple hours Tuesday night, a couple hours Wednesday morning, and then Wednesday night, I had issues going to sleep, and I only slept for like another 2 hours. And then that's when I left and drove down to, left the house and drove down to Lawton to pick the load up. And I slept for about an hour. I took an hour nap while I was waiting for an empty. And then Thursday night, I slept for about 2 hours because I took most of my 10-hour break in the shop. And then once I got out of the shop, I slept for about 2 hours, waiting for my 10-hour break to be up, and then I took off driving. And then last night, I slept for probably 6 hours on my 10-hour break because I took a shower and browsed around on my phone. I wasn't tired for some reason. So it took me a couple of hours to fall asleep. So yeah, I've been basically living on 1 and 2 hour naps up until last night, where I slept for about 6 hours. I really just need to get in a comfortable spot and not set my alarm and just pass out and just sleep for like 15 hours and get caught up, because you do accrue sleep debt. You know, if you are not sleeping well for a long period of time, you know, you go 2 weeks just living on like 3 hours of sleep per day, you don't just fully recuperate everything by getting 8 hours, you know, one good night's rest. I thought that's how things worked for the longest time. And then, once I got old, I decided I was going to stop trying to live my life the way everybody else did. And what I started doing was just sleeping. I started going to bed early. to where I could sleep for like 12 hours if I wanted to. And then on the weekends, I would just sleep as long as I felt like sleeping. And anytime I got tired, I would just go to sleep. And it took me like several months, maybe it might have been a year or more of doing that until I finally got to the point where I was sleeping like a normal amount. It was like a year of me just like sleeping for 10, 12 hours a night on weeknights, and then sleeping for like 15 hours a day on the weekend, and then taking naps on top of that. I finally got to the point where like I wasn't doing that, where I was just sleeping what people would consider a normal amount. I think it was from years of getting like not enough sleep. And it took me several months, maybe a year or more, of sleeping a lot to get caught up on all my sleep debt. And there's hardly any traffic right now. This is amazing. This stretch of road is usually extremely busy, bumper to bumper in both directions. I think I'm just in a really awesome little traffic window. I'm probably in between major clusters of traffic. Hopefully it holds out. Yeah, once I get to the other side of Memphis, I am going to find a rest area or a way station or something that has parking. I would prefer to avoid truck stops. And I'm going to go to sleep and not set an alarm. And this traffic is amazing. I was not expecting this. This is abnormally low. Maybe there's some world event happening. Maybe there's something major in the news. More likely, though, I'm just in between clusters. But what's weird is it's light on the other side as well. Well, never mind. There we go. There's all the traffic on the other side. So at this pace, it's looking like I might struggle to even get 3,000 miles in a week with how short the runs are and how much time is spent doing these drop and hooks. Rest area in 1 mile. I am extremely tempted to pull over and just park there at that rest area, but I want to make it to the other side of Memphis, and it looks like there's still quite a few people parked at that rest area. So the majority of trucks are still sleeping. Everybody be quiet. Don't wake them up. So if I wait until I get to the other side of Memphis, then not only will I be on the other side of Memphis, I'll have less traffic to deal with when I start driving. I'll be. It's better to drive right now when the traffic is light, and it's also going to be easier to find parking in an hour or two whenever traffic picks up, because everybody will be leaving the rest areas. And I might end up just parking at a way station, because I do recall Tennessee is really cool about letting people stay at the way stations. feels like time is taking forever. Like, I look up at the mileage, and it's like, oh, 42 miles to go. And then I drive for a while, and I look up, and it's like 41 miles to go. It's like, my God, it's only been 1 minute. Whenever I get really talking in a video, or I'm listening to like a podcast or something, time flies. But when I'm sitting here not talking, and I'm just watching the mileage slowly tick by, it takes forever. So I need to think about something to talk about. I need to find a farmer YouTube channel to hear what farmers are saying about the supply chain disruption. I read a few news articles from like agriculture news sites, and they were saying that most farmers pre-purchased fuel and fertilizer and are unaffected by the increases to both. But the farmers who did not pre-purchase are paying severely increased fuel and fertilizer prices. And the article said that farmers are mainly going to be impacted this fall in the next planting season. But that's in the United States. I've heard that farmers in other regions don't pre-purchase things as much as farmers in the United States. So farmers in other areas of the world are more greatly impacted than like U.S. farmers. Well, I just got really tired all of a sudden. But I want to make it past Memphis. Traffic is going to be, like, traffic is amazing right now. I don't want to pull over and go to sleep and then wake up this afternoon and it's bumper to bumper traffic. And I'll be like, man, if I could have just stayed awake one more hour, I could have coasted through here with no traffic. So I'm going to try to do that. I'm going to try to stay awake for one more hour and just coast through here with no traffic. But this is the problem that I run into whenever I have sleep debt, is like as soon as I wake up after sleeping for 5, 6, 7, 8 hours, within a couple of hours I'll be tired and want to take a nap. Whenever I have sleep debt, that's what happens to me. Whenever I don't have sleep debt, then I don't feel the need to take naps during the day. If I ever feel the need to take naps in between sleep, then that's a sign to me that I have sleep debt. Just a second, there's a truck trying to slow past me. All right, I'm going to slow down because this person it's one of these dumbasses that it's like, oh, I'm going like 65.1 miles per hour and this truck in front of me is going 65. I'm going to go out here and block traffic for a half hour while I pass this person. It's just stupid. We're down to 62 to try to let this moron around. $61. Oh, and now you're going to cut me off. Just, why would I expect anything else? You're obviously retarded. I'm still doing 63 trying to build up distance with this dumbass. All right, I'm just going to turn the cruise back on.
Police report ahead.
30 miles until I start going through Memphis. Yeah, the bridge that we're about to go over, there was a bunch of drama with this bridge a couple years ago. I think somebody reported a big crack in the frame of the bridge. And they sent inspectors out to check it, and they shut the bridge down until they could repair the bridge. And it took a while. I forget how long the bridge was shut down. I think it was at least a couple of months. But there were people that went back looking through photos and found that that crack had been in the bridge for years. And the person that they were paying to do the inspections on the bridge every quarter or every year, or I don't know how often the inspections were done, but at a minimum every year. It might have been every 6 months or every 3 months, I'm not sure. But whoever it was they were paying to do the inspections was not doing the inspections. I mean, it was a massive crack. One of the main support beams was basically broken in half, and had been that way for years. I'm not sure what happened to that inspector. If it would have happened in China, he would have been killed. I hope that his license to inspect was taken away. But I remember another thing about that bridge. When I was driving 20 years ago, I remember when I was in training, well, what they called training, when I was doing the required team driving, I remember driving across this, bridge up ahead. I think we were going over the Mississippi River, and they were doing construction on the bridge. And that is the narrowest lane I've ever driven in. They were doing bridge construction, and they had concrete barriers restricting the lane, and it was so incredibly narrow. Like the truck barely fit through. Don't do it, Metro. Keep your ass out in that left lane, you son of a biscuit. Metro trailer rental. I looked into renting trailers. And it was not easy to find a place that would rent trailers. I think I only called a couple of places, or I only checked into a couple of places. Like, oh man, what's Extra is one of the big trailer rentals. The guy I talked with Extra was an arrogant jackass. He was talking down to me like I was worthless. He told me that the minimum requirements to rent trailers from them is one, you had to have an address in an industrial park. Or a commercial area or something like that. And I think there were some requirements on your facility, your location. It had to be able to, you had to be able to park a certain number of trucks there or something. And then another requirement was your fleet size had to be at least like 4 trucks. I can't remember the specifics. But basically, as an owner-operator, where my business address is my home address, it was very difficult for anybody to meet the requirements to rent trailers. Damn, van. Just come hauling ass up the on-ramp. It was going so fast that she almost hit me. She couldn't stay in her lane. All right, traffic is starting to get thick. If I see a rest area, I'm going to hop into it. But I doubt I'm going to see a rest area because we're getting close to West Memphis, Arkansas. I'm coming over, car. Screw you. Car is trying to block me. I think that's the reason a lot of people don't use indicator lights. It's because you turn it on, and instead of people making room for you, they try to block you. These people are jackasses like this idiot. And it wasn't just that moron right there in the Cadillac. It was all these cars behind them. They were all nut to butt. That guy in the sports car is mad that the Cadillac didn't block me, so now the sports car is out there trying to pass everybody on the right. See a bunch of flashing lights up ahead. I don't know if it's an oversized load or if it's a bunch of construction vehicles on the shoulder. Not sure what's going on, but there were a bunch of flashing lights about a mile up. Let's see what the fuel data is. We're on fairly flat land. It's not really flat land. We're going slightly uphill. So whatever the flashing lights are, I just saw them again, and it's something driving down the road, so it's probably an oversized load. 20 miles to Memphis. Oh, I'm so tired. Just got to make it to the other side. Well, it's 20 miles to Memphis. Well, it says 13 miles until I have to turn left to stay on I-40. The 20 miles to Memphis could be the center of town. So somewhere in the ballpark of about 15 miles, I'll be hitting Memphis, and then I'm going to have to drive for like 15, 20 miles across Memphis. And then who knows how far it is until the next way station or rest area once I get to the other side of Memphis. So it could be a couple of hours. And I just want to pull over and go to sleep. somebody on the shoulder, and I've got plenty of room to move over after this truck. So if traffic were really thick right now, I would not bother moving over because that box truck is pretty far off the road. I don't see anybody walking around it. That could be a business worth getting into, running a solar farm. I've heard in Oklahoma, it's not easy to do solar because the electric company in Oklahoma, at least in Oklahoma City area, I'm not sure if they service the entire state. Get after it, Landstar. Out here doing like 80 miles an hour. Placarded with flammable. And it has a UN number on it. Yeah, just sitting there thinking about this taking a couple of hours for me to get to the other side of Memphis and find a place to park. It's making me want to stop now. Inspection site in 2 miles. Ooh, if they've got parking, I'll park there. Because a lot of people do not like parking at way stations. They think that they're going to get inspected. Pull in unless closed. It is closed. I'm gonna see if they've got parking spots. I don't even know if I can get in there. Looks like they've got, they might have it blocked off. Yeah, they've got it blocked off. They don't want anybody in there. Damn it. They do have some parking spots. It being blocked off reminded me of when I was driving 20 years ago. While I was on a Kmart dedicated account, they would do this to me every damn week. I was supposed to have weekends off at home weekends. And what they would do is they would wait, like I would do a delivery Friday morning at like 4 a.m. to a Kmart. And I would be ready to drive. And they would have me sit there all day long until like 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Then they would give me a load to go pick up in Oakland, a load of paper. It was almost always a load of paper in Oakland. So I'd have to drive across Sacramento and Oakland during rush hour, then get loaded in Oakland, and then turn around and drive back across Oakland and Sacramento. Right lane ends in half a mile. So I just got too tired to make it back to Reno. Once I made it back to Sacramento from Oakland, it was... Sorry, I'm just trying to keep an eye on this car behind me, make sure they don't try to pass me on the right. I was just nodding off at the wheel by the time I made it into Sacramento. And I saw a way station in Sacramento. And I pulled into the way station, parked, and went to sleep. And I woke up late at night. I can't remember exactly what time it was. It was late at night, though. And they had blocked off. Like, I can't remember how many lanes it was at that particular spot. It was several lanes, 5 5 lanes or something, maybe 6 lanes. And they had like the right 2 or 3 lanes blocked off, and they were paving the road.
In half a mile, keep left to stay on I-40 East. All signs for Memphis.
And the way station was closed. You couldn't access the way station because they had the road blocked off.
Keep left to stay on I-40 East.
So whenever I woke up at the way station, I was the only person at the way station. There was no cops at the way station, no other trucks. It was just me. I was the only vehicle at the way station. And I pulled out of the way station and drove across their brand new pavement and drove, out into the roadway, and all the construction workers were just looking at me. But they were so fast on paving the road. In that just couple of hour period, I want to say it was probably 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon whenever I parked there and went to sleep. And I woke up probably around midnight, 1, maybe 2 a.m. So just in that period, they blocked off the road, and they had already paved a large section of the road. All right, there's a whole bunch of flashing lights not too far up ahead. I think this might be the oversized load or whatever that I've been seeing flashing lights up in front of me for a while. Yeah, it looks like an oversized load about a half mile up in front of me. Wow, we already passed all of the truck stops? I didn't think we had made it past all the truck stops yet. All right, I'm not like nodding off tired anymore. The traffic has woken me up. There's the pyramid. Was that Bass Pro Shop? Has that pyramid here in Memphis. Bouncy, bouncy bridge. I am terrified of heights, and we are up pretty high over the water right now. What I try to do is just focus on the road whenever I'm going across something like this. Just try not to look off to the side. Just focus on the road. All right, got to be careful. Once we get to the other side of the bridge, there are some quite a few exits and stuff like that. So got to watch out for traffic slowing down for exits. And we're catching up with this oversized load pretty quick. Google is saying that the speed limit is now 55, but I have not seen a speed limit sign. Right there's one. Is that 50 or 55? It's behind a damn tree. The geniuses who designed this stuff. Ugh. 55. All right, so we're splitting between 40 and 240, and I want to go down 40 to the left. East to Nashville.
In half a mile, keep left to stay on I-40 East.
Damn it! Getting around this oversized load's going to be a pain in the ass, but once I catch up with it, I need to get around the damn thing.
Keep left to stay on I-40 East.
If I don't pass it, then traffic's just going to start building up behind it. 45 mile per hour turn.
Continue on I-40 East for 3 miles.
Oh my goodness, that was a rough patch of road right there. Well, this would be a nice place to pass that oversized load, but that oversized load is speeding. All right, before we change lanes, let's see what this split is. All right, let's go ahead and grab the right lane, because it's the right side is going to I-40. Left lane is blocked 7 miles ahead on I-40 East, just past exit 10. Left lane blocked just past exit 10. Yeah, that oversized load's pulling away from me, and I'm speeding. Speed limit's 55, and I'm bouncing between like 55 and 60. Sometimes I feel like I'm the only person that obeys speed limits. Yeah, Crete, just bring your trailer over in the lane with me.
Continue on I-40 east for 8 miles.
Oh my God, man. This road is ridiculously rough. Jesus. I'm just going to stay in this lane because we got so many lanes. All right, speed limit is 65, trucks 55. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, the right lane is going exit only. And Crete is definitely middle lane, gang. They saw that right lane was ending. They're like, I'm not in the middle lane anymore. It's probably what his trainer taught him to do. Good Lord, man, this is some rough-ass road. Oh, sweet. Now it's smoothed out a little bit. I really want to get around that oversized load while we have extra lanes before we go, back down to 2 lanes. But this asshole is speeding through here. Like, I was catching up with this jackass all the way up until we got to these multiple lanes. And now that we got to multiple lanes, I'm speeding trying to catch up with him, and I still can't catch up with him. I'm doing 63 and a 55. It's going to be a pain in the ass to get around that thing on a 2-lane interstate. I think, is this the Danny whatever truck that was on the shoulder? There was that Danny whatever truck was pulling off of the shoulder just as I was passing it. Was it Danny Herman? Is that I think it was a Danny Herman. What do we got going on here? Left lane blocked in 1 mile. This asshole is just speed matching me. All right, I'm slowing back down to 60. I think I need to get over left a lane. Yeah, it's that Danny Herman trucking, the jackass that was on the damn shoulder. Almost blocked me from getting over a lane. He's just been sitting back there, speed matching me. I've been bouncing between like 58 and 65, and he just kept speeding up and slowing down with me, just sitting at the back of my trailer in the left lane. I don't know why people do shit like that.
Continue on I-40 east for 166 miles.
It might not be Danny Herman. It looks like PHT. It might be DHT on the front of the truck for like Danny Herman trucking, but it looks like a P. So it might not be that Danny Herman. I hope this oversized load can make it through these narrow areas. It's gonna really suck if we get stuck because of that oversized load. Still a 55 truck speed limit. Trying to catch up with that oversize, but they're going so fast. Man, I'd have to go 70 miles an hour to catch up with that asshole. I think everybody's thinking the same thing I am. They get around that oversize before we go down to 2 lanes. Crete is speeding like crazy. And that Danny Herman, or whatever the hell it is flying up on me. I'm doing 63. We should be going up to a 70 mile per hour speed limit, or 65. I don't know what the max truck speed limit is in Tennessee. Yeah, this asshole in the oversize doing 65 miles an hour in a 55. I'm having to do almost 70 miles an hour to get around this jackass. All right, we're about to lose the right lane. This idiot in the motorcycle just passed that car right there on the right. That ran that car off over into the HOV lane. There he's cutting in between cars still. Motherfucker. As soon as I get over here, the lane ends. So now we're down to 2 lanes. I don't want to pass this box truck yet because I don't know what the speed limit is going to change. It should change, like it should have already changed, but we're still in a 65 truck speed limit. And I was speeding to get around the oversized before we went down to 2 lanes. And this box truck is doing like 63 miles an hour. And I don't want to pass it doing 65, and then the speed limit goes up to 70, and I'm only doing 65, and this box truck's doing 70. So once the speed limit goes up, I'll see how fast this box truck is going. And the box truck is not maintaining a steady speed. It's bouncing between like 60 and 65. I'm doing 62 right now. Truck speed limit is still 55, car 65. Split speed limit should not exist. That is just really dumb to have vehicles with different speed limits on the same road. I mean, could you imagine if there was like a bicycle speed limit of 20 and a car speed limit of 100? How dangerous that would be out here on the interstate? That's the same concept, but an extreme example. Having different, like one of the main causes of accidents is vehicles traveling at different speeds. two vehicles traveling at different speeds intersecting each other. That's like what almost all accidents have. That's like almost all accidents. So intentionally forcing drivers to drive at different speeds severely increases the likelihood of accidents. Because you got trucks who are much more likely to obey the speed limit. Let's say they have a 55 mile per hour speed limit, and cars almost always drive like 10 to 15 over the speed limit. So you have a 70 mile an hour car speed limit, so they're doing 85. So you got a 55 mile an hour truck and an 85 mile per hour car meeting each other. If the car is not paying attention, they can easily rear end that truck coming up on a vehicle that's going 30 miles an hour slower. All right, cops got somebody pulled over. This truck is not moving over for a cop. Are you serious? This guy's got a set on him. Didn't slow down and did not move over for two state troopers that had somebody pulled over in the median of the on-ramp or the off-ramp. I was trying to get a look at whoever it was that's driving that truck, but they had their seats so far back. I couldn't really get a good look at him. It looked like an old fat guy. He's just over there giving all us old fat guys a bad name. I think he was even bald. Giving all of us old fat bald guys a bad name. All right, speed limit is 70, no truck restriction. So I just set the cruise at 65. Turn the cruise back on. So now, the next rest area I see, I could stop at, or I could just keep driving. It's 253 miles. 7:39 a.m. Let's check my email. See if I get an email from Tony. Nothing from Tony. So far, I don't have a load. After this one. A little bit ticked off about that. That should have been taken care of yesterday. Trying to decide what I'm going to do. I have a feeling that Tony is going to start emailing me and calling me. Every time he sends me an email, he calls me to make sure I receive the email. So if I pull over to go to sleep, I just yawned. There's a sign for a pilot at exit 42. It has a Subway and a McDonald's. Ugh. I actually like Subway and McDonald's, but it's really hit or miss. Like if you get a fresh burger, fresh fries at McDonald's, it's really good. Kind of the same for a second here. This way it's just people are opening up their doors, getting out of the cars. Kind of the same for Subway. I like Subway. I kind of stopped eating there because it's just so damn expensive. Like for what they serve, it is way overpriced. That's something I've thought about, like as food for the truck is sandwiches. But the only thing is bread. Bread does not last very long. Bread has a very short shelf life. Something I'm thinking I might do is use tortilla shells in place of bread, because like the sandwich meats and cheeses, mayonnaise, all that stuff lasts a long time. But the bread's only going to be good for about a week, maybe 2 weeks at most. But tortilla shells, those things last. I've checked the expiration date on the tortilla shells I ordered, the last ones, and they were good for like 2 or 3 months. Like they last a long time. They have a long shelf life. So that's something I might try next time I go out over the road is sandwich material. And I could bring, a couple loaves of bread with me and then tortilla shells. So once I run out of bread or it goes bad, then I can use tortilla shells to make sandwich wraps. Shelf life is the biggest thing about food that I bring in the truck, because I just don't have access to be constantly restocking groceries. So I try to just put enough groceries in the truck that'll last me like 2 months. Man, a sandwich does sound really good right now. A lot of food sounds good right now because I haven't eaten anything except those Ripple potato chips, those sour cream and cheddar Ripple Great Value brand potato chips. That's basically all I've eaten. I had one little package of those two. There's two in a package. Oh my goodness, an Amazon Prime, just living up to the stereotype. Their company information was duct taped to the door. It's just one of these fly-by-night companies that changes their company name every couple of months. The Amazon way. They probably have a whole bunch of companies in rotation. These Chicago area companies that are run by Russians and Eastern Europeans. Somebody told me Amazon requires your authority be 6 months old to lease on. So they probably have a whole bunch of authority just sitting there getting aged, waiting to be put in use once they ruin the CSA score of whatever authority they're using at the moment. And the CSA score resets, so they probably just cycle through and reuse authority after it's been, 3 years or whatever, and all the citations, violations, everything have fallen off the CSA score. But yeah, the only thing I've eaten since I left the house has been those Ripple chips, and then I had one package of the chocolate peanut butter wafer bars, and there's 2 wafer bars in a package, so I've eaten like half a bag of potato chips and then those 2 wafer bars. That's all I've eaten since I left the house. So the last time I ate anything else was Wednesday around noon. So if I decide to pull over right when I fall asleep, the agent's probably going to be calling me. And food. So I don't know, man. Should I pull over or not to pull over? Like right now, because of the traffic driving through Memphis, that gave me like a second wind. I'm awake now. But I suspect I'm going to be getting tired here pretty soon. All right, now we get to see. Yes, it is Danny Herman, even though it looks like a P. The way they have the D and the H and the T all together, it makes the D look like a P. So yeah, this is the Danny Herman that was pulling off of the shoulder as I passed it. That's been fighting to pass me all the way across Memphis. And almost blocked me from staying on I-40. So if I do pull over, what am I going to eat? I am not in the mood to cook. I'm not in the mood for cereal either. What do I have that's microwavable? I could microwave hot dogs. But they're pretty nasty when they're microwaved. I would much prefer the oven. I got burritos, also much better in the oven. I could make ramen. What a dick move, Danny Herman. Oh, wow, another dick move by the other truck. So there's a truck that got jammed in behind another truck, and Danny Herman got out and blocked that truck from passing. And then that truck said, screw it, I'm not going to let you block me, and just cut Danny Herman off. So lots of drama. What? Oh, Pike Pass. I was about to say. I thought we were coming up on a toll road. It's pre-pass, not Pike Pass. Way station 1 mile. If they have truck parking, I'm gonna park there and take a nap. Great. Great. I got somebody like right in front of me where I can't see anything. Scale closed. All right, can I pull in? Alright, they don't have anything blocking it.
In 1,000 feet, merge onto I-40 East. In 800 feet, merge onto I-40 East. Exit the parking lot toward
This place is pretty tight. Alright, let me get out and see how close I am. I can go back another 2 or 3 feet. This place is not going to be easy to get out of if there's a lot of trucks parked in here. But luckily, I can just pull straight out and go onto the scale instead of turning to the right, because if there's somebody parked alongside me, I don't think I can turn to the right. What in the hell's going on? Their trash is overflowing. All right, I'm gonna grab something to eat and go to sleep, take a nap. Just a second. There's some kind of jerking motion happening, and I'm not sure if it's the engine or if it is the trailer. I'm gonna just give it a second here. I think it's the trailer. When I set the brakes on the trailer and it dumped the air out of the system, I think it's the trailer, the airbags and stuff in the trailer deflating, and it's just like every 5 to 10 seconds there was like a jerk, like a jolt. All right, it seems like it stopped doing it, and I never heard any kind of engine. The RPMs weren't changing on the engine. The engine didn't make any different noise or anything. So, yeah, I think it was just the air draining out of the trailer. So, all right, yeah, I'm going to figure out something to eat, and I'll go ahead and upload this part of the video, and I'll try to do a driving video for the next part of the drive. Let me just double check and make sure I haven't gotten an email about my next load. Nope. And it's the weekend, so like I'm really pissed off this didn't get taken care of yesterday before the end of the week. Yeah, I'm probably not going to have another load. Until Monday. It's just really sucks. I'm gonna have to sit through the weekend after I'm 229 miles away from the delivery on this one, so about 4 hours. But I'm gonna go grab something to eat, go to sleep. So have a good one. Bye.